Hello, everyone. I am back in the flesh. I am here. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Freak Fiction. I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday, except for last Friday, but I had a really good reason, and that was because a family member of mine was celebrating a 50th birthday, and half a century is a big deal. So that is why I was gone last week. Very excited to be back again this week and to see everybody, to talk to everybody. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I have fun questions for you and a really great book that I am reading that I'm excited to share. So, thanks to my friend Kat, who I believe is actually here right now, I am reading Insignificant Events in the Life of a Cactus. And I will say that this book by Dusty Bowling, this is a middle grade novel. I had never read anything by Dusty Bowling before. I needed this book very, very much with a lot of the things that have been going on in life recently. And it's a feel good book. It's hilarious. It has a great message. And I just am really happy to be reading this right now. And I have 100 pages left in it. So this is probably going to be the main thing that I am reading tonight. But I also ended up going over to the library and I got Trevor Noah's book, Born a Crime. If you don't know who Trevor Noah is, if I could actually hold it correctly, there we go. If you don't know who Trevor Noah is, he's a comedian. He was a late night talk show host, an incredibly eloquent and hilarious man who came from quite tragic circumstances, and his background, his story is amazing. And I had been wanting to pick this up for a while, so I was really excited to see a copy at the library, and I grabbed it. And I've only read the first chapter, but it's already pretty astonishing, so I may like rotate between these two books tonight. It's exciting for me that I'm reading yet another nonfiction book, and I'm really like getting into the whole memoir scene. As always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a snack, grab a beverage, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on what your body temperature is. Tonight, I am literally just drinking water. I'm drinking a big old thing of water that says reading is sexy. That's the only sticker I currently have on my Hydro Flask, but really it says it all, doesn't it? And I love this thing. Ice stays in this container for like over 24 hours. Yeti is the bomb and I love it. So I'm going to go ahead and go over to the comments and just say hi to everybody. So Heidi was the first one to come on and say, yeah, got used to Friday Night Lights with Alex, so you were missed last week. Oh, thank you so much, Heidi. I am truly happy to be back. And I should have made a post for everybody to say, like, hey, I'm not going to be there, in case you didn't see at the very end of my live show the week prior that I was like, oh, yeah, by the way, I won't be here. I felt bad about that because some people didn't know and didn't see that. And then they were like, where are you? So that's my bad. But yes, I'm happy to be back. And Kat, welcome to you, Kat. And Kat says, happy Friday, and happy Friday to you too. And Cherry Cheetah is here. Hello, Cherry Cheetah. And Cherry Cheetah says, hello, peeps. And Kat says, I'm editing a video this evening. Very nice and exciting. I took a break last week, really, in every sense of the word. I am super behind on catching up on anybody's videos. I mean, at this point, I think I'm like months behind. It's ridiculous. And I didn't film or, put out a video. And so I'm hoping to be able to put one out this weekend. Fingers crossed. I do like already have plans for what it's going to be, and that will be a review for the novel Our Share of Night, which you all will recall that I was reading on a couple of my live shows. So I finished that and I was like, yeah, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about this. So I'm excited to talk about that one and just happy to be here. And Faye says, hello, welcome back. Thank you, Faye. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to see you. And Heidi says, nice. 50 is a great milestone. Yes, it is. And I was happy to be able to spend that time with my family. And that's a funny thing is there aren't a ton of reasons why I would like switch up my obligation, like I consider this like a regular, obviously, thing that I do every week, and it's part of my routine. And so usually switching up things would cause me anxiety, but in this case I was actually really excited to kind of like take a week off and just go spend time with my family, and it was great. So very happy that I got to go. And Cherry Cheetah says, I'll do some Duolingo lessons and catch up on some manga chapters on Manga Plus. Awesome. And Heidi says, I heard that Trevor Noah book is great. Yes. I honestly think it's going to be fantastic. And it was a 10 notable books it was from the New York Times Book Review for 2017 when it came out. And I'm not entirely sure if on this cover if the woman in front of his painted portrait is his mom or not. I don't think so. I think it's kind of just like a passerby, but I don't know. I wondered about that. And Kat says, Yay, I'm so happy you're enjoying it. It's Dusty Bowling's debut novel. No way, really? Dang. That's a really solid start for a debut. And you said Avon Green is a fantastic literary character. I completely agree. I think that she's feisty, and she obviously has a great sense of humor, but she is also getting some great lessons in here about like boundaries from other friends, since she's a character. For those of you who don't know, this is the story of Avon Green, who she was born with a disability. It was a genetic condition where she doesn't have any arms. And so she's learned how to live life and adapt by, doing everything with her feet. And she ends up having to move to a new city and basically start her life over again in middle school and make new friends. And her friends are also outcasts, and one of her friends, Connor, has Tourette's, and she's learning all about Tourette's and how that impacts Connor's life. Really cool book. And actually, because I'm reading this, it inspired one of the questions that I'm going to be asking for you all tonight. So looking forward to that. I also think that this cover is really adorable. Like, the little cactus without arms, and then everybody else, on here has many arms. It's cute. It's so cute. I love it. The art's amazing. I don't think, because I saw this book has a sequel, I don't think that the sequel cover is nearly as adorable as this one, but still, it's great. And Miss Starbucks says, hello, and hello to you too, Miss Starbuck. Good to see you again. And Nicole, hello, Nicole. He said, hi, Alex, and hi, everyone. Hi to you too. Cherry Cheetah says, I admit I needed this. Oh, well, I am very happy that I can provide it then. I think we all kind of need it. And Faye says, I just finished a big assignment. Good job. So I'm about to be weekending like, whoa. I want to read the whole of Convenience Store Woman this evening, since it's only 70 pages long. So that would be considered a short story, right? Like that's not long enough to be a novella. Where are you reading that at? Is it part of a collection, or did you buy it as its own individual thing? I have not ever heard of Convenience Store Woman, so I hope it's great. And Nicole says, I've read Born a Crime with my family. It was really good. Hope you enjoy it. Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. And Cherry Cheetah says, I admit I needed this reading sprint. It's a sad anniversary today, and I need distraction. I'm really sorry to hear that, Cherry Cheetah, because I don't want you to be sad today. So I will do my best, and everybody else will do their best to bring you the joy that you need on a day like today. So we'll definitely take care of you, community. And Miss Starbucks says, I will be a bit shorter here. I think one sprint and then some talking. I can't join 2 sprints today because I need to get up early tomorrow for the flea market. Yeah, Miss Starbuck. I really do want to see photos. I meant it when you sent me that email, and I was like, share pictures if you find anything really cool, even if you don't buy it. You don't have to share pictures of just things that you buy. Like if you go there and you see something and you think it's hilarious or interesting, take a picture of it, because I want to see it. Flea markets are cool. I also really enjoy antique stores. Like that's something I'll do with like a couple friends of mine, is sometimes we'll just randomly go and look at antiques. And Heidi says, John at Talking Story is starting a Bound in the Broken read along. So I dropped everything to jump back in. That is a dragon series by an indie author, Ryan Cahill. Awesome. I hope that is going fantastic and that you really enjoyed. I know that you love John's channel. Kat says, I'm taking a much needed break in June. I'll be regrouping. Good for you, Kat. I know that you need that and that you've had a lot going on, and I'm still very impressed with everything you've kept up with. I am like super behind in every way, even on my reading right now for the year. I'm like behind on the goal that I wanted, but you know what? Like a lot of stuff's been going on. One of the things that I know for you too, and for everybody, one of the things that's been going on with me is I just had my roof replaced. It'll be a week ago on Saturday. And fortunately, because of the nature of my job and like the experience that I have, I was able to find a leak immediately after it started happening. But to find a leak that you have in a brand new roof, is really stressful. And so I've been dealing with that. And actually, right before I started this live, no kidding, it started raining again after I had them come and do a repair. And so I was like scrounging through my attic trying to like get to stuff to check things. And fortunately, I did not feel any water coming in. So I hoping that that means that everything has been fixed, but I have to keep my eye on it. So my break actually is taking a break from life right now. Like I need a break from life and I want to go back into fictional worlds so I don't have to think about everything I've been dealing with. So I'm looking forward to it. I think tonight's going to be very immersive for me. And you also said, glad you had a great time with your family. Thank you. Yeah, my family's pretty fun. We're a good bunch of people. I love them a lot. And Nicole says, he has another book coming out in fall. Oh, dang. It covers the gap of where he left off to closer to today. That's cool. I love that for him. And I imagine that has to take a lot out of him to write all of those stories. I mean, I don't know if he's the one writing them or if he has like a ghostwriter that he like tells the stories to and then they put it together, but he's extremely intelligent and it reads the same way that he talks. So I would fully believe that he's the one actually writing it himself. And talking about your life, especially with it seems like as hard as his is or has been, it would be very emotional to do that. So good for him coming out with another one. And Miss Starbucks says, I will read the chocolatier, chocolate maker from your dreams from Manula Inusa, literally translated because it is not in English officially. Cool. I hope it's great. And Nicole says, reading all the things as I've read nothing today, starting with Arabian Nights. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that you're, still reading that. Are you enjoying it right now? Like I said, I'm super behind on videos. I'm hoping to get caught up at least a little bit this weekend and get to go and see like what's been happening on your channel. So I'm sure you've talked about it a little bit on there, but let me know if you're like generally enjoying it. And Miss Starbucks says, hello, Kat and Heidi and Nicole. And Heidi says, that is good, Kat. It seemed you were OSA sprinting every night. Yeah, it's rocking and rolling. And Heidi says, hi, Magnolia and everyone. Hey, Arena, good to see you. You said, hi, Alex. Haven't checked in a while because I just started a new job and my sleep schedule normalized. Well, congratulations to you. Keaton told me that you had started a new job and I'm very happy for you. And I hope that it's going fantastic. So thanks so much for joining tonight. That means a lot. And Faye says, I'm reading Convenience Store Woman on ebook from the library. The physical version might be a bit longer. It looks like a novella when people hold it up. Okay, so 70 pages must just be like the digital way that it is. So cool. I hope it's awesome. And Teresa says, hello, I'm new here. Thanks to Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Well, Teresa, welcome to you. Thank you for stopping by my channel. And I hope that you'll have some fun doing some sprints tonight. And please participate in any of the questions that I asked during the sprints. I would love to hear from you. So thanks for stopping by. And Kat says, now that I know you're enjoying it, I will send you the sequel. Oh my gosh. You're literally the best. Thank you. You said Born a Crime sounds great. I heard him interviewed about the book and his story is interesting. Yeah, so far, I guess I can say this because I've only read 2 memoirs up until this one. This will be the 3rd one, but so far, everybody that I have read has been incredibly interesting. The I'm Glad My Mom Died book, the Finding Me by Viola Davis, and then now Born a Crime. So I've been lucky. They've all been well written. And Heidi says, Alex, I read Sound of Thunder. Yes, by Ray Bradbury. I listened to the audio. It was about 30 minutes. It was eerily modern with the dangerous Prez candidate. I know it. I know it. Ray Bradbury is very much still relevant, in my opinion. I know that he is long past and, his works are from a while ago, but I still think that he resonates a lot. And it's one of the reasons why when I first got into sci-fi and I picked up his work, I was like, wow, this man, like, really, I don't know, his writing just does something for me. So I'm really glad to hear that you enjoyed Sound of Thunder. That one's a classic. And Magnolia says, haha, okay, I gotcha. And Emily, hello. Emily says, hello, all. We'll be starting the Organ Thieves. Oh, Organ Thief. Nice. And hoping to finish The Secret Lives of Church Ladies. Both very interesting titles. Organ Thieves. I would like to know a little bit more about that one for sure. Robert, welcome, Robert. You said, would you rather have a walrus as a tennis partner or double dutch with a penguin? I am going to say double dutch with a penguin, only because penguins naturally hop when they move. And so I think a penguin having a shorter distance to the ground would actually be pretty good at doing jump rope. A walrus on a tennis court, probably not so much. So I'm thinking about this literally. And you said, I'm reading Out of the Dark by David Weber. Sweet. And Kat says, Heidi, I jumped on a few sprints with Kelsey in addition to my own weekly sprints. I can't wait to get out of school May 15th. It's just been tough with all the stuff going on in my life. For sure, Kat. And I'm happy for you. Looking forward to your break. And Faye says, hi, Teresa. And Kat says, Alex, did you know my Andrew had an emergency appendectomy on Monday night? No, I didn't. Oh my God. Because I didn't get to join your sprints last night. You said all went well. He's getting discharged sometime today. Oh my gosh, you poor thing. And for him too, I'm sorry. You're actually the second friend that I've talked to recently that their child ended up having to go to the ER for that exact procedure. I know it's very common, and a lot of people have had it done, but it's still terrifying when it happens. So I hope they were able to catch it early and that he didn't deal with like any, serious side effects. He didn't feel too ill and that he was able to, bounce back quickly. So I'm really sorry that that happened, but I'm glad that he caught it in time. And Robert says, hello, everyone. And Faye says, Cat, yikes, glad he's okay. And Teresa, me too. And Teresa says, hi, Faye. I recognize you and Kat, and of course, Nicole. And Magnolia says, oh, I did finish the book you picked for me 2 weeks ago. The Time I Couldn't Choose. It was a great book. I gave it 4.5 stars. It was really special and weird sometimes. I'm glad to hear that. I'm always joyous when a book I choose randomly for somebody ends up being fun. So that's great. Hopefully, I'll have that amount of luck every time that you ask me to pick something. And Kat says, hey, Magnolia, hope you have fun at the flea market. And Kat says, hey, Teresa, welcome to Friday Sprints. Yes. And Magnolia says, if you love magical realism, fantasy, LGBTQ, historical fiction, and a slow read, I really recommend the book, The Lost Future of Pepper Harrow. It is called To Freshen Up Your Mind. Thank you. Yes, Pepper Harrow. I that was what originally caught my attention. I was like, Pepper Harrow is such an interesting name. And now that you're telling me that it's really good, I'm writing it down because now I know. So thank you for that. And you said it was Natasha Pulley. Awesome. And you said, thanks a lot, Kat. I'm really looking forward to it. And Faye says, Ray Bradbury, heart. Oh, yeah. I got to figure out how in the heck you do the emojis on here where, like, when you make a heart or a thumbs up or whatever, it makes stuff rain. I have to go into my settings to figure out how to do that because that's really cool. And Heidi says, Kat, when it rains, it pours. Hopefully the summer coming up will be smooth sailing. Seriously, like a physical, like health emergency is the ultimate emergency. So really glad that Andrew's okay. And Kat says, Faye, yes, thankfully his appendix was perforated. Oh, so that's why he had to stay in the hospital for days, hooked to IV antibiotics. He's still at risk for abscess. Oh my gosh, but praying antibiotics worked. Oh, Kat, I am so sorry. Sending my best to you and him and your whole family for sure. That is terrifying. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm glad that you said that he's going to be discharged, so that sounds very promising. But that doesn't, diminish everything that you're going through. And Heidi says, Magnolia, I'm going to check out that Pepper Harrow book too. Yeah, it has all of the things that I would be interested in, magical realism, fantasy, LGBTQ, historical fiction, all great things. Slow reads can be good too, depending on how they're done. And now we're at the point where you all can tell me how long you would like our first sprint to be. So it could be 30 or 45 minutes. So be sure to let me know which you would prefer. And that way I can also get Pomodoro Kitty up here. Oh gosh. Hang on a second. Did that work? Did that actually work? See, I did something a little bit different this time. I actually forgot to plug in my multiple monitors, which is usually how I do this. So give me 1 second. I'm going to stop the screen share, represent it again, move it over here. This is why I shouldn't wait. There we go. I fixed it. I should get everything set up first, but I sprinted up to my attic. So I kind of missed that a little bit. And Magnolia says, sure, Heidi, hope you like it. Cherry Cheetah says, I love slow reads. Well, that might be a book for you then. And Miss Starbucks says 45 minutes. And you said, yes, I see the kitty. Okay, good. I'm glad it's working. So I will go ahead and get this first sprint started. I hope you all have happy reading, and I will see you all in a little bit. Oh, crap. Dang it. I almost forgot to put up my question too. Okay, so the question for you is, would you rather be able to speak every language in the world or be able to talk to animals? I think that's a fun one. And Angel, hello to you. Right before we go to our first sprint, good to see you. You said, hello, everyone, cleaning tonight for the first sprint, then reading Atomic Habits. Very cool. And Magnolia is laughing at me. Kat says, he's doing well. White blood count is stable, so he could be discharged today. He's sore, which is understandable, and he's been in terrific spirits the whole time. Being in good spirits, honestly, makes a world of difference when people are going through a health crisis. So that will definitely help with his recovery. So that's wonderful to hear. And about his white blood cell count, too. All right. So I will now go ahead and get it started since I actually put the question up. And I will see you all in a bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did during that sprint. I did pretty well myself. I ended up getting to chapter 31, which is page 206. So, moving right along, I definitely think I will be able to finish this tonight, which is exciting. Very fun. So, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be able to speak every language in the world or be able to talk to animals? And I'm excited to see what people said. So, let's see here. Heidi said Cherry Cheetah, a very slow read at first, is Dragonborn Chair, book one of a fantasy series. Nice. Dragonbone Chair, excuse me. And Kat says, Angel, I love Atomic Habits. That's a book I have not read, but I've heard a lot about. Emily says, Angel really enjoyed Atomic Habits. Hope you enjoy. And Magnolia says, no, this question is so unfair. How could you? How could I ever choose between these? It is a good question. And Kat very quickly said, speak to animals. And Teresa says, talk to animals. Okay. And Magnolia says, I need to think about this. Faye says, I resent the implication that animals don't have language. I had that argument with my linguistics professor. Give me all the languages. That's true. I guess if you think about it in that regard, if you knew all the languages, you'd also be able to talk to animals. That's fair. And Teresa says, both would be nice. True. And Jessica, hi. You said, hi, Alex, just popping in to say hi. Brother-in-law and baby are coming today, so I'm on babysitting duty as my bathroom is finally being put back together. Yay, that's awesome. Wonderful. I'm glad that you could stop by. And Cherry Cheetah says, Heidi, I read that 1 year ago. My aunt borrowed it to me. It was great, even though I haven't read the sequels. So that must be about Dragonbone Chair. Nice. Heidi says, animals, of course. So many of our pets over the years have been like family members. Yeah, that's true. And Jessica says, personally, I would rather be able to talk to animals. It would be easy enough to learn from the basics of a language from a native. The animals are another story. That is so true. Jessica says, I would love to know what my boys are thinking. Yeah, you have 2 cats, right? If I remember correctly. And Carissa, hi, Carissa. You said, I would love to speak every language in the world. I really don't want to know what my dog thinks about me. I'm sure my dog thinks I'm weird. I don't think so. I think animals don't perceive something necessarily being, well, I mean, they do perceive animals sometimes as being different if they like are sick or like have injuries, but I don't think like personality wise that animals are like bothered by weirdness. I don't know. He said, hey, I'll be finishing The Dragon Reborn. Very nice. Melinda, welcome to you. Melinda says, I'm off to pick up my daughter from school, but I have time to read while I'm waiting, so bring you all with me. Woohoo! That's great. But I feel like I'm probably just like losing my mind. Did I get to say hi to you earlier, Melinda? I feel like I didn't, but that also could just be that my memory is giving out, so forgive me. And Emily says Organ Thieves is a nonfiction book about medical and legal impact of doctors who in the 1960s took a heart from a black man without permission and implanted it into a white man to see if it would work. I really don't understand the concept that we ever viewed some people as like not being humans. Like, why wouldn't that work? But that's so awful to think that a person could just have had their organs stolen for an experiment like that. That makes no fucking sense, and it is incredibly cruel. So, I mean, I'm sure it's a deeply fascinating but also disturbing book. So let me know how it is. And Nicole says, hi, Miss Starbuck, Teresa, and Heidi. And you also said, I'm in a bit of a dry spell with Arabian Nights and feeling like the Queen of Hearts. Off with her head. Yeah, because that's the whole thing, right? If my understanding is correct, is that every night she tells a story. And is it, I know Scheherazade, is that the name of the gal or the the person that she's telling the stories to. I honestly can't remember because I haven't ever read it. I just know that name. But yeah, if like imagine like you come up with 1,001 stories just to try not to die. And I know, of course, we got like Aladdin and some other classics from that, but that does sound very exhausting. He said, "Sorry for delay. Family talk ended up happening right as everyone said hi, and you read my comments. No worries at all. Gotta do your thing and live your life." He said, "Melinda, are we doing Shirley on Voxer? I don't remember." And Angel says, "Awesome cat, and thanks, Emily." Christina, hi, Christina. Christina says, "Hi, Alex. Hi, chat. Hugging the like button. Thank you so much." And Angel said, "I would love to talk to animals." And Heidi says, "Nicole, I watched one of your TBR videos with the alphabet. Is so much fun. At some point, probably this summer, I'll be picking up the Boudica series. Maybe you can think about starting it too." Yeah, that's awesome. And you said, "Nicole, I read the first one already, but 3 more." Yes, that's the one you were telling both of us about. So love that. And Melinda says, "Nicole, yes." Robert says, "I talk to animals now, so I'll go speaking every language." Yeah, I mean, technically I can just like look at Bubby and say, "Hi, Bubby," and he can understand. It's amazing, like the way that we can understand like certain things about each other. Like I know like some of his body language, and he understands some of my like words and everything that I say. So I do think to a large degree we can communicate with animals. But there are sometimes I wish I could tell him to, not eat things that he feels the desire to eat so that I wouldn't have to worry about him. He is such a stinker. He's always trying to get into mischief. So for that reason alone, I would probably have to pick talking to animals, but I really want to travel and I would love to be able to travel anywhere in the world and get by and, be able to communicate with people. And so that is probably a greater draw to me of just imagining like the freedom to go wherever and that you would be okay. And Cherry Cheetah says, "This is a hard decision, but I guess I would go with every language. I loved studying languages in university. With such knowledge, I would go for research." Yeah, that would be awesome. That's so cool. You said, "And wrote few publications on languages not many people study." No. Very cool. I love that. Heidi says, "Robert, I have discovered 2 musical acts that have been around but just found them now, Greta Van Fleet and Billy Strings. Do you know them? Greta sounds like Zepp and Rush at the same time." Robert says, "Heidi, I haven't heard of them. I'll look them up later. I went down the house music rabbit hole. Eliza Vibes, Sochi Riot, and Elia Martin." And you said, "It sounds like Zepp and Rush at the same time makes my brain hurt," which also made Heidi laugh. And Miss Starbucks said, "Made it to page 52. Good job, Magnolia." And Faye says, "I read 21 pages of Convenience Store Woman. Really enjoying it so far." 21 pages of 70. You absolutely will get through that today. Good job. Nicole says, "Finished 11 pages in Arabian Nights and dealt with other distractions." Good job. Jamie, hello. You said hello. "I'll take all the languages, please." Kat says, "Started editing video." Good job. And Nicole says, "Every language in the world." There you go. And Carissa says, "I finished The Dragon Reborn with about 1 minute to spare. I did give it a 3-star, but it was my favorite so far in the series." It doesn't sound great that a 3-star is the favorite of a series, but I'm happy for you that it was. So that's good. And Magnolia says, "That is so smart, Faye." And Jamie says, "I spent that sprint writing up feedback for the NetGalley arc of Shanghai by Joseph Cannon, a good, short, light historical thriller coming out in July." Sweet. Alicia, hello. Alicia says, "Hello, everyone. And also, I'd like to talk to animals." Sweet. That makes sense, Alicia, for you. Totally, I could see that. Jamie says, "Faye is right. Animals have languages, so those ought to be included in all the languages in the world." Well, okay, then we all can just agree that it'll like completely be included and we can talk to everybody who has any language at all. There you go. And Magnolia says, "Yes, Faye found a loophole." Nice. And Jamie says, "My cat definitely My cats definitely give me looks like I'm being weird when I'm singing along to karaoke YouTube vids late at night. Melinda says, no, I joined late. Okay, thank you. And hello, Erin. Good to see you. You said hiya, one and all. Welcome to you, and I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are. And Heidi says, lovable reader, book 4. Oh, Carissa, book 4 and book 6 are a step above Dragon Reborn, and 11 and 12 are out of this world. Fantastic. Egwene is going to have the greatest story. Love her. Love them all except Elaine. I wish I understood any of that, but I'm happy for you. And Nicole says Scheherazade is the woman's name. Okay, cool. She tells the stories overnight and leaves a cliffhanger, so he wants to hear more the next day. He's being patient at this point. And you said, Heidi, I won't have access to my books the entire summer during my move. Otherwise, Boudica would be fun. Man, the whole summer? That is brutal, Nicole. I'm sorry. Moves are a big deal, I know. Then you're doing a big one. Jerry Cheetah says 1001 Arabian Nights. I read one book but couldn't finish the stories. Get too complicated. Scheherazade tells a story. In that story, someone starts telling a story, and in that story, someone ... Yeah, that sounds like a lot. And Kat says 2D will eat anything. Ugh, yeah. Barker will too. If it is even vaguely food scented. Even if it's not food scented, if he's curious about it, he'll eat it. Terrifies the ever living crap out of me, and he needs to stop. So, I'm trying to work on that with him. Keaton ended up buying him a new game. If you have a dog and you want to try like a new game with them, or you have like a terrier or a dog was trained to hunt and to like find things. Bubby is part Jack Russell and part Beagle. So he's got both of that. Keaton bought him a scenting kit. So we have like these little pouches now that have different scents. And whenever Barker finds one, when they're hidden around the house, he gets a little training treat. And he's really taken to it. Like he finds it very fun. Of course, he's motivated by food, but it's a good like exercise for his brain that doesn't involve him being mischievous or eating things that he shouldn't. So I would recommend. He says, talking to animals will benefit me the most. I won't get to travel all over the world. That's fair. That's so true. I won't get to travel all over the world either, but I guess I'm that person that just wants all the options. And Magnolia says, I just choose both. I can't prevent you from doing that. JB says, I love convenience store woman. Yeah, I'm gonna write that one down too, just since it sounds, everybody's saying it's good, and it's short too. And Robert says, Nicole, I love the May TBR video, but still think you made up the rules as you go. And Kat says, Heidi, I've seen Greta Van Fleet in concert with my son Barry. They were pretty great. They had Led Zeppelin vibes. Sweet. And Kat says, Alicia. And Melinda says, Convenience Store Woman was great. I listened to it and loved the audio. Sweet. And Teresa says, I would be curious to know if the people that said animals had pets at home. Yeah, the closest proximity to nearest living being, right, for us other than like our human companions in our house. I don't know if Bubby wants me to be able to understand him, though. I feel like he would believe that it's invading his privacy if I truly understood him, but who knows? Heidi says, Kat, I'm so jealous. And Alicia says, Kat, I hope Andrew is doing well today. Yeah, Kat said that he was going to be released from the hospital. He's going to be discharged tomorrow. So that's awesome. And Magnolia says, the Sparks had a song about Scheherazade, or how on earth you write that name. And Nicole says 5 is the highest number of embedded narratives so far. That's too much. Like you're saying story in a story, in a story, in a story, in a story. No, I would pass. Hard pass on that. Carissa says, Heidi, I did love the character growth with Matt in this book and the structure of the book. I love that we were able to stay with the character for multiple chapters in a row. But sweet. Teresa says, what is your dog's name? My dog's name is Barker. And in case you think that that's a funny name for a dog, he was not named that because he is a dog. He was named Barker because he was found on Barker Street. He was a stray, and it just so happened to be, a fitting name. And so whenever people hear it, they usually laugh and they're like, Barker? It's like, yeah, but there's a story behind it. He grew into it though. He didn't bark as a puppy. He learned that. And Carissa says, Heidi, I can't wait to see where the rest of the series goes and see what the characters go through. I know a 3-star isn't high, but I love that we got to learn more about the other characters. Well, good. That's a very positive take on it. I'm happy for you. Also, everybody start thinking about what you want the next sprint time to be, 30 or 45 minutes, because I'm getting down to the last of the comments here. And Jamie said, I could use so many languages just working in food pantries. We have Polish, Ukrainian, Spanish, and Belarusian customers this season. That makes a lot of sense. Like being able to help people, like when they come up and answer their questions and talk to them, especially in your job. Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Good reason to choose that one. And Nicole says, Robert, LOL, thanks. I didn't make up the rules, just the words that I used to explain them. And Teresa says, I have 2 cats and I call our cat Felix Bubby. Yeah, Bubby seems to be a good kind of like universal nickname for a pet. So if you want to know where I got it, when I was growing up, I watched a cartoon called The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack, and there is a whale in that TV show called Bubby. And I've always loved that name. And every time I hear the name Bubby, I always think of the way Flapjack says Bubby, like Bubby. And that's the way that I talk to him when I say his name. And so, yeah, but it's funny because I'm saying that now and he's staring at me because he's like, I know you're talking about me. I'm sorry, Barker. He actually gets called Bubby more often than he gets called Barker. That is the truth. And Nicole says, LOL, it's way easier than you think, Alex. It's rarely one right next to each other. You stay on each level for a while before you go deeper. It's like Inception. 1001 Arabian Nights is the original Inception. I love that, Nicole. Robert says, 94. Overruled. And Kat says, Alicia, he's home. Oh, good. Okay, sorry, Kat. I misunderstood. I thought you were initially saying he was going home tomorrow, but then you said, that's right. You said it was today. So please forgive me. I'm sorry. You said he got home around 4:30 p.m. Central Time. I'm so glad to hear that. May his recovery continue to be swift and hopefully less painful. Magnolia says, it sounds interesting. Nicole, which book was that? And that was 1001 Arabian Nights. Faye says, Barker understands English perfectly and figured you were calling him that because you wanted him to bark. I personally believe that people and animals grow into their names. Like it's this weird, it's not a theory that I have that like it doesn't go that deep, but to me, there is something to be said about when you look at somebody and they tell you their name and it's like, oh yeah, you look like a Faye, or oh, you look like an Alex, or you look like a Cat. And it's like, I do think that people kind of grow into their names, and he definitely grew into Barker. And Jamie says, Nicole, you won't have access to your books all summer. How will you survive? Maybe you'll stash them in sacks for emergencies. It's my emergency stash. Cherry Cheetah says, I have a Corgi Atticus. Oh, what a beautiful name for a Corgi. He loves to go through garbage. Maybe I should get him some sniff pads too. Yeah, I would also recommend if you don't have any trash cans with lids, though I recently discovered I must sigh heavily because Barker is so smart. He likes to act like he doesn't understand or like he's being dumb, but he's very smart. And he's figured out how to open the lids in the trash cans in the bathroom that are like, short. I was so mad. I was like, I finally figured out how to stop him. And it did for a while. I mean, like a good probably month and a half, and then he right in front of me the other day, just I caught him like lifting up the lid with his nose and just sticking his whole face in it, and I was like, I give up. I have to try something else now. What's going to be the next thing? I'm going to have to get a trash can that's basically like bear proof in order for Barker not to be able to get in it. The kitchen trash is safe because it's way too high for his tiny little body, but the bathroom trash is another story. Heidi says, Carissa, Wheel of Time is an experience. So happy you're reading it. Did I spell your name correct? And Kat said 45. So we got another 45 minutes. You got it. And Nicole says, Miss Starbuck, Arabian Nights. You said, okay, thanks, Nicole. And Nicole says, Jamie, little free libraries will be my jam. I'll be bringing 1 or 2 books with me to move and not buying any until we're settled in. Yeah, that'll be hard, but it'll be awesome. I mean, you get to kind of join me for a short period of not buying anything. Yay! It's hard, but you can do it. And Magnolia says, I love little free libraries. And Nicole says, try not to buy any until we're in permanent housing and not sure if I'll be able to get new library card this summer. Hopefully you will. I can't see why you wouldn't. Faye says, my cat's name is Elsa and she definitely grew into being an ice queen. Love it. And Nicole says, start filling up your little free libraries for me. Never know if I'll be going through your area. There you go. And Magnolia says, Barker just played dumb, but is Einstein. Truly, like, no joke. He is an incredibly intelligent dog, but loves to pretend like he had no idea what you're talking about. What? No? Well, he's a turd, but I love him with my whole heart. And Nicole says, stopping Barker equals giving him a puzzle to work on. No wonder he's so tired. Yeah, that. And now that the weather is getting nicer, we're able to go and walk with him now, and we get to take him on longer walks. I have like a tiny little doggy water bottle that you squeeze, and it's got like this little, if you don't have one and you have a dog and you like to take your dog for walks, you have to get one of these things. It's a little bottle, and then it has this rubber part that folds down when you're like traveling with it, and you can clip it onto your belt or your like little harness or whatever that you use to walk your dog. And then whenever you want to give them a drink, you just open up like this little tab on the top, flip that cup up because it's just super flexible. And then you squeeze the water into it and you let them get a drink. And then it suctions all back down, whatever they don't drink, and you fold it back over and you just keep moving right along. It's one of the best things ever. And it wasn't that expensive. And so when the weather gets hotter out, like we'll be able to take long walks. Of course, like not burning Barker's feet, but we'll be able to take longer walks with him being able to still get drinks and go to like the dog park and stuff. And we love it. But I also like to just roast in the sun. Like I'm that person that give me like an 85-degree day any time and I will take it. So it'll be good. I'm looking forward to it. And Miss Starbucks said, would be weird if I saw you here at Little Free Library, Nicole. Yeah, that's true. And Carissa says, Heidi, you did. And Nicole says, LOL, true. Jamie said, I don't think I ever quite grew into my name. I never liked it as a kid, and lots of people accidentally call me Amy, Jenny, Katie, Kelly instead of Jamie. I don't think Jamie sounds like, I mean, like Amy rhymes, so like I can kind of see that, but not entirely. That's like when people hear my name and they call me Alice, and it's like, did I just not enunciate the X in my name well enough? I understand, though, being frustrated with people not calling you the correct name. And Kat says, I'd love to talk to my dogs, Nene, Barry's cat, and Ice Cream Bar, of course. Ice Cream Bar intrigues me the most. Yeah, because you got to kind of wonder what a snake is thinking about all day. And Nicole says, we're in temporary housing and some libraries require proof of residence in the county, license or mail. Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes perfect sense. I just had to renew my library card today. It was the first time that I like have lived someplace where I needed to renew my card, and I got to mosey on over and do that. And yeah, I had to present my driver's license. So you're absolutely right. I didn't realize you were in temporary housing. Kat says, where are you moving, Nicole? And Nicole says, Midwest. So not far enough to go to your Little Free Library, Kat. Carissa says, Heidi, I'm very happy that I'm reading it. I don't think I would have finished book 2 if there wasn't a read along for it. It also helps that I can talk to a coworker about it. That's lovely. I love it when you can talk to people nearby about things that you love. And Heidi says, Jamie is such a cool name. I grew up with 2 Jamies. Then there's Jamie from Outlander. There's also Jamie from Game of Thrones. And Kat says, send me a link for this dog water bottle, please, Alex. Thanks in advance. Yeah, let me, if you all will bear with me a moment, I will actually just put that in the chat. It won't take me long to find it at all. Bottle. Portable. And it's nice because you can get them in different sizes, which I really like. So I was able to get like a tiny one for Bub. And they have different brands that make them, Cat, but I'll send you just like an inexpensive one. Put it, like I said, I'll put it in the chat. Pop it back over here. Boop. Oh God, that link looks terrible. I hate it when that happens. Oh, let me actually do it the right way and not like a doofus. How about that? Let's not be a doofus. There we go. Okay. Put it in the chat for you, Kat. There you go. And Jamie says, Heidi, yeah, I don't like the Jamie from Outlander, and he's a dude, so reading those steamy scenes was weird. Yeah, that's fair, Jamie. I don't blame you. Kat says, best wishes on your move, Nicole. Absolutely. Yes. Moving is so exciting, but also very stressful, and I don't want to do it anytime soon. But I know that you said, Nicole, that you were like excited about the change, and so like I'm very happy for you for this next step in your life journey. That's awesome. And Heidi says, Carissa, and now you can talk to me too. I'm a big wheelie. Yes. Kat says Alice. Yeah, that some people genuinely hear Alice when I say my name. There's also somebody who one time tried to call me Lex, which I hated. I think it's cool when other people go by Lex, but that's not me. I don't look like a Lex. I don't feel like a Lex. And I did actually have somebody call me Al once, and I was like, what in the hell is that? Don't do that either. So yeah, we're just solid no. Robert coming in again, 27, overruled. Faye says, I get called Faith a lot. And Kay and Bridget, where does Bridget come in? I have to be missing something. Please explain Bridget, because like Faith, depending on how somebody hears it, I guess I could see, again, K rhymes, so I can see that. But Bridget? Nicole says, I would probably do my current Hoopla and digital for my current library until we sell the house. Yeah, you absolutely. I mean, it's not like your current library is going to know that you moved. So there's the beauty of that. And Zach says, I didn't get notified. YouTube unsubscribed me, but I'm subbed again. I have problems with Zach with a K. Oh, Zach's with a K. That's awesome. Yeah, so I have a friend named Brian, and he really hates it when people's names are like the name Brian is spelled with a Y, because he says that the only proper way to spell it is with an I, an IA. So that's really funny to me that you say that. I mean, there are like Alex, like ALEC as well, like an Alec, which I have been called that before too, which also doesn't make any sense because Alec is definitely a masculine name versus Alex, which is like an androgynous name, but that's neither here nor there. I don't know what's up with YouTube, and thank you for resubscribing, Zach. I'm sorry that it did that. You're not the only person I have seen, though. I haven't gotten the notification yet on my phone, but there was one of my subscribers the other day that I was like, I've seen her subscribe before. Did something happen where she like stopped watching and then resubscribed? But it might have just been that YouTube did it automatically. I don't know why the hell they do that. Heidi says, Jamie Summers, the Bionic Woman, OSA. Oh, yeah. And then there's the link in case anybody wants it for the Amazon water bottle. And I get called Katie, Kathy, Kathleen. So I shortened my name to Kat and haven't had issues. Short and sweet. For some reason, Catherine is too hard to remember. Yeah. No, I understand what you mean, Kat. Katie, no, I wouldn't have seen that. Kathy for Catherine, I guess Kathleen and Catherine are definitely very different. I think people just get so confused. I mean, I really can't judge because I'm horrible with names. I'm happy that I know the names, for every one of you who has told me your name, I'm happy that I know your name because my friend Dylan, he was a psych major and he works in that industry. He was telling me about how the human brain really only has the ability to remember about 100 names at a time. And obviously there are some people who are like wickedly good at it. I am not one of those people. So I'm just happy when I can recall somebody's name. I'm happy when I can recall my own. And Jamie says, I don't think our libraries require renewing our library cards. When I moved back here after 20 years, I had to get a new card just because the laminated old one I got when I was 6 was outdated tech. That's so cute. I love that. I still have my original library card too, and I signed it on the back in cursive, which is adorable because they don't do that anymore. And Magnolia says, I have to go now, getting some sleep for all the lovely flea market treasures. I will take some photos. Don't worry, I'll go after you read this. So bye, bye, bye. Oh, well, good night to you, Magnolia. I'm glad that you hung around, and I hope you have a wonderful evening and have fun at the flea market. Heidi says, Alex, are you Alexandria or just Alex? I go by just Alex. So Heidi, just to let you know, I have said before on here, I don't tell people what like my full name is or like what version of it is, just because I've had people who hear my full name and they have literally been like, well, I'm not going to call you that because I prefer your full name and I think your full name's prettier. And I was just like, if I can help telling people my full name, I usually don't. So it's nothing personal. Like, please know that it's nothing personal that I don't tell anybody. It's just Alex. I just prefer to go by Alex. And Jamie says, I was Katja in German class in school and was tempted to change my name to Katja. I mean, you can always like rebrand yourself. I mean, I've had people call me different nicknames, throughout my life, and nothing that I've ever like gone by permanently. But I mean, if you have one that you have liked, you could do that for sure. And Cherry Cheetah says, my name is Laura, and too many people call me Sandra by accident. That's another one I don't get, Laura. I don't understand. That is very, very different. And thank you for telling me your name. That way I can actually call you by your real name. And forgive me, it usually takes like one whole evening of me saying somebody's name in order for me to remember it for the next time. So please forgive me for that. If Faye says, my mom and grandmother call me Bridget because they blank on my name for a second and that pops up for some reason. What the hell does that mean? Bridget? And they're your mom and your grandma? Oh, I would be like ragging on them so hard for that. And Teresa says, I get called Terry all the time and I hate it. Nothing wrong with all the Terrys out there, but I am Teresa. Well, and that's the thing. See, that's a perfect example. There are people who like their full name. Like some like people who have the name Andrew don't always want to go by Drew. And that makes sense. It's like whatever you want. And so I have had to catch myself before, when like I have coworkers, for example, I'm being introduced to them for the first time, and I'll ask them like, do you prefer to go by your full name or like a nickname? Like, do you want Angela or do you want Angie? And I try to always be respectful of that. So don't worry, I will not be calling you Terry, Teresa. And Zach says, a very good but expensive dog harness is the Rough Weather Flagline. That's what I use. Nice. The harness that I have for Bub is not anything fancy, but I do really like the lead that I have for him because it's a nice Kong lead and it's one that clips around my waist. So I have hands-free walking with Barker, so I can like manage him and I can carry stuff and it clip the water bottle and I don't have to like use my hands. It's awesome. I love it. And Jamie says, my email is still a combo of Tunsnelda and Marcel, but also names I had in school language classes. Tunsnelda was a German opera name, and Tunsi is the short form. Tunsi is a cute name. I like that too. Kat says, Zach, what the heck? YouTube just randomly unsubscribed you? Ridiculous. It does happen. Kat says, we have to renew our library cards yearly. I really do think it's just like policy for whichever library you're at or whatever area you live in, because it's definitely not universal. I was surprised when I got the email from them. I'm glad they told me, but they were like, yeah, you have 30 days to renew your card or you're not going to be able to use your library at all. And I was like, I'm not doing that. So I immediately went over there today and remedied that for another 2 years. And Zach says, Kat, yep, I saw I'm still subbed to you too. So that's good. I'm glad. He said, I was Manuel in Spanish class. I liked it. Manuel's a cool name. And Faye says, I'm used to it. My mom cycles through everyone's name before she hits the right one. It's hilarious. Okay, well, at least you are comfortable with that and you're vibing with it. That's good. All right, everybody. So we're doing another 45-minute sprint, and I got to give you another question. Let's see. Oh, okay. Would you rather live in a world where there are no problems or live in a world where you rule? Hmm. This one will be very, very interesting. MJ says, in French class in school, the teacher was telling all the kids what the French version of their name is. And she looked at me and she said, Faye. No fair. Zach says, I have a big Doberman. I need a good harness. Oh, Dobermans are beautiful dogs. Beautiful. So that's exciting. And Kat says, well, I'm glad, Zach. So awesome. Be sure to answer that question, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and go back over to Pomodoro Kitty. 45 minutes up on the clock. Wish you all happy reading, and I will see you all in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I have made it almost to the end of my book, so I'll definitely finish it on the last sprint. I'm at page 251. It is a really cute and sweet story. The mystery is not what I expected, but I think it was a nice one to throw in there. So, I hope you all got time to answer the question of would you rather live in a world where there are no problems or live in a world where you rule? Super interested to hear what people had to say about this one. So let me get to my last comment here. Da, 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 da. All right. Alicia said, hello, hello. Just joining, finishing up dinner, and getting back into reading with Battle of the Labyrinth. I was sick with not only a cold, but allergies and sinus infection. I'm sorry, Alicia. I believe you weren't feeling very well on like a couple weeks ago when we had sprints as well, that you were dealing with really bad allergies. So I hope that they're getting better for you. And thank you for showing up. It's good to see you. And you said currently 108 of 361 of Battle of the Labyrinth. Nice. Kat says, well, after the multitudes of problems I've had since July of 2023, I will rule the world like plankton. To be grumpy at the chum bucket. That would be great. Faye says, no problems. I'm too tired to rule anything. Just make problems go away without me putting in any effort. Kat says, hey, Alicia. And Alicia says, hi, Kat. Zach says, a world with no problems for heavy is the head that wears the crown. So true. And Laura says, I don't think I could live in a world with no problems. My anxiety would soon create some. And if my anxiety disappears, then such world would be pretty boring. I also have anxiety, but I think in this case, I'm personally going to go with the world's problems would go away because I hope that that would just eliminate my anxiety. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but I definitely don't want to rule. Mm-mm. And if I could live in a world that had no problems, then it got that way without me ruling. So, obviously whoever is ruling it is doing a pretty good job. So I'll live in that one. I said still preferable over the chaos and destruction of the world I would be ruling over. I I don't have the heart to make tough decisions that negatively impact other people. So if I became a ruler, like everybody would have to get their shit together and be a good person. And that's just not feasible. So I don't think I don't think I would be a good ruler at all. Like if I had to equate myself with, like, the way that people would talk about me, it'd probably be kinda like the way that people talk about Jimmy Carter when he was president, when people would say, like, "Oh, he was a good person, but he was a terrible president." I just wanna, like, go and do humanitarian work and help people. I don't wanna, like, make decisions about fighting and war. And Melinda says, "I don't want the responsibility of ruling, so I wanna live in a world with no problems." I agree. Robert says, "Rule 1, don't bother me between midnight and 6 p.m." And he said, "Oh, and if I ruled, there wouldn't be any problems." I love that. And he says, Alex Arthur C. Clarke asked the same question, the first part. In which book? It wasn't Childhood's End, is it? Because that's one of the ones that I have to read. I think that's the only book of his I actually own, but I'm hoping to get to it at some point. He said, as a fantasy fan, you need the darkness to have the light, biggest theme you will find. Yeah, that is true. Is you can't appreciate all of the good that you have in your life if you don't have bad sometimes. So maybe it's not that all of the world's problems will go away, like you could still experience like minor inconveniences like paper cuts or like your favorite food being out at the store, but we wouldn't have things like war and genocide and poverty and starvation and disease. Um, I'll take that. I'll like have minor inconveniences. I'll go. Yeah. Heidi says, my New York Rangers hockey team are in the playoffs right now, so I'll be signing off. Thank you for Friday Night Lights. I think that's so funny. I'm sure Heidi's gone by now, but calling the the Sprints Friday Night Lights is probably going to be my new favorite thing. That kind of sounds like a fun thing to change the name to as well. But I don't know whether YouTube would think that that name makes any sense. So I don't know. Maybe imagine a world with no problems with humans still in it, so I'll go for being in charge. Faye says, I read 20 pages. Good job. Melinda says, finish my book, The Lost Bookshop, with a minute to spare. Yeah, we had 2 minutes, 1 minute to spare reads going on between last sprint and this one. So good job. Kat says, still editing. I'm sure you're working away. Emily says, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Therefore, as impossible as it seems, I choose a world with no problems. There you go. Lisa says, I would rather live in a world with no problems. Hello, Max. Welcome. And Max says, power sounds horrible. Haha, give me utopia. Well, as we know from every dystopian novel ever, anything that looks like a utopia isn't, right? So I know it's far-fetched, but these are just hypothetical questions. And Alicia says, I got to page 128 of 361 of BOTL. Very, very nice. And Jamie says, I got to page 47 of 169 in my next arc, Different Kinds of Defiance by Renan Bernardo, climate fiction short stories from Brazil. Cool. I have a climate fiction that I need to read called Clade. I've had that book for a really long time, and I've never heard a single other person who's read it. So if any of you have read the book Clade, you're automatically going to get like points just for the fact that you even know what the heck that is. But I don't know if it's going to be any good or not. But it had bees on the cover, and I remember at the time that was a selling point. And Emily says, I finished part 1 of Organ Thieves. I absolutely enjoyed reading or learning the historical background. That's wonderful. Zach says, I listened to some of A Fate Inked in Blood by Daniel L. Jensen and changed my sheets. Good job. You got a, I almost said hobby. That's not a hobby, a chore. There we go. Got a chore done and some listening done. A Fate Inked in Blood is one that I've heard of before, so let me know if it's any good, Zach. Alicia says, yeah, I'm glad to be back. I am on amoxicillin for a few more days, but feeling better, not quite 100%, but close. Yeah, anytime you have to be on like antibiotics to fight off something, it really does like change you for a little while, but I'm glad that you got the medicine so that you can get better. Robert says, a world without problems would eliminate discussion. I would have to disagree with you on that one, Robert. I don't think it would eliminate discussion. I think it would eliminate debate, which is a very different thing. Debate in the sense of the way that people do it now, not in the way that it originally started, in ancient times with an interlocutor and, where you go in public and you try to like defend your arguments, where it truly was a discussion. The way that people debate now is atrocious because they don't actually know how to do it. So I think we would still have discussions, about like everyday things, but I don't know. I like the idea of people not having to talk about horrible stuff happening. Kaz says, if I was ruling the world, we'd have no problems. Yeah, I believe you, Kat. And Max says, I started reading To Every You I've Loved Before by forgive me, Yomoji Autono. And it's so fun so far, 94 of 191. It's going to be a quick, cute read, which I need right now. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you're getting a cute read. I needed like a happy, good read. And so that's why I'm reading Insignificant Events in the Life of a Cactus. Which, funny enough, I have found myself saying this week, like this phrase to myself. I actually did last night before I went to sleep when I was like thinking about all the things I was worried about. And I ended up saying, and these two are insignificant events in the life of a cactus. And it just felt really good. Like this is a good thing for my anxiety. So I hope that light read is just beautiful for you. Laura says, anyway, good night. I'm glad I joined this reading sprint. Happy reading. Good night, Laura. So glad that you made it. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. Kat says, Robert, we could have plenty of pleasant discussions without problems. Yes. And Jamie says, Q is such a pest in Star Trek because where he lives in a world without problems and he's so bored. That's awesome. I didn't think about that. And Robert says, Kat, everyone would agree about everything, anything, so there would be no need to discuss. Would people truly agree about everything? I'm not sure about that. Like, people could still have disagreements about, like, I don't know, everyday things, like, food or stuff going on with your jobs. Like, when I say a world with no problems, I mean, like, serious problems, not that everybody is the same or has the same personality or the same feelings about things. There's just, like, no atrocity, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. I hope that provides some context. Robert says, I read Clade twice. Did you really, or are you just saying that because you want brownie points, Robert? Because I'm with you. I'm really not sure, Mr. 97 minutes or 27 or whatever other random number that you would like to put. And Kat says, Robert, you can have differences without them causing problems. I would agree with that. And also, we're getting to the end of the comments here. So go ahead and let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be. I've got 30 or 45 minutes, as always. Robert says, Kat, everyone would have to agree on everything or it would cause problems. So would it truly be a problem if, for example, I said that my favorite color is green and you said your favorite color is blue? Like, I don't think that would cause a problem. I don't think people have to disagree or agree about everything. Like, if I said my favorite ice cream flavor is oh, how did I just blank on my actual favorite ice cream flavor? Well, I love birthday cake, so I'll say birthday cake. I'm like, yeah, birthday cake's the best ice cream flavor. And if you're like, no, Reese's peanut butter cup is obviously the best ice cream flavor, are we going to start a war over that? Probably not. We're both just going to eat our ice cream. And you can have all the Reese's pieces you want, Robert. Why? Because we live in a world with no problems. And Kat says, we aren't agreeing and it hasn't caused a problem, at least not for me. And Kat saying 45 and Robert says, else is causing problems. Yeah, I like to cause problems. I'm just mischievous like that. You all show up to my lives just to wait and see what like tragedy of questions I'm going to ask you that makes you really like question your existence and your sanity at any given moment. And Jamie says, perhaps your question is incomplete because it seems that the term problem is poorly defined. That's fair. What one person describes as a problem isn't necessarily an issue for somebody else. So, yeah. I mean, that's what you get with a general question, right? I mean, the last one had a loophole that Faye found. So they're imperfect. Zach says 3/4 of an hour. That, you know what? I like that. That was good. That right there. That was a clever way to do it. I agree. I completely agree. All right. 45 minutes it is, which means I have to ask you all the next question. Okay. Would you rather be the first person to travel to Mars via a one-way trip or never go to space? I found that question somewhere else, so I can't take credit for that one, but I was like, that's a good question. So do let me know, and I will go ahead and get the next sprint pulled up. We're moving right along this evening or morning, wherever you are. Got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to finish my book. Wish you all happy reading, and I will see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I am back to reading Born a Crime, and I am on page 27. Sorry, let me make myself big here. There we go. I'm on page 27, and Trevor is talking about how his mom got to be pregnant with him in the first place, which is a really interesting story. And before we left, I finished Insignificant Events in the Life of a Cactus. It was a very sweet ending. I liked it. I look forward to reading the sequel. And I asked you all the question, would you rather be the first person to travel to Mars via a one-way trip or never go to space? I have a feeling I know a lot of these answers. And Kat was the first to answer and say, never go to space. And Alicia says, never go to space. And Zach says, one-way ticket to Mars. So you're an adventurous spirit, Zach, because I think most people are going to say that they would rather not go to space. So do tell me, why do you want to go to Mars? That you would take that one-way ticket knowing how like hostile the planet is and like desolate and lonely. What would make you want to go there? And Faye says, as tempting as it sounds to live out the Martian in real time, I'd rather never go to space, please. And Robert says, Mars is a one-way trip no matter what. The entire planet is a toxic waste dump, so never go to space for me. Rachel, hello. Rachel says, hey, Alex. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I hope that you are too. Thank you so much for coming by. Robert says, I'm heading off to a friend's. I don't know what that is, but some type of auction. Enjoy the rest of the day. All you too, Robert. I don't know if you're gone already, but I'm glad that Robert was able to show up as well. And Diane, hello. Diane says, evening, popping in to say hi. He said, I will pass on the one-way ticket. That is very fair. And Rachel says, why would I go to Mars? All my cool shit is on Earth, but I will pay for someone else that I despise to go to Mars. You could give them your free ticket. And Jamie says, I read The Martian and the Red, Green, Blue Mars series, and the first one, Living on Mars, is never comfy. I'll stay on Earth. Yeah, I follow a channel called Kurzgesagt on YouTube. I've followed them for many, many years now. And that was one of the things that they covered, is what life would be like for the first settlers on Mars who tried to build anything. And yeah, it sounds miserable. Nicole says, missed the last sprint and chatty bit. Hubby and I played a board game. Well, that's fun. What board game did you play? Sounds great. And Nicole says, bye, Robert. And hi, Rachel. Faye says, I read another 20 pages, almost finished. Well done. Kat says, finish editing, watching first pass of video. Good job, Kat. You're doing it. I'm hoping to film tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. Keaton and I are planning on going to a movie on Sunday, which I am excited about. So I definitely, if I'm going to do any like filming or any editing, like I'm going to have to do all of it tomorrow, which would not be the first time that I've done that. Rachel says, hey, Nicole. Hey, Jamie. Nicole says, Mars now or in the future? Mars as we know it now. Yes. And Jamie says, I got to page 66 in my arc and cleaned my electric skillet so I can start dinner. Pork with creamy sauce and asparagus and probably spaghetti squash. Delicious. Max says, I bought Born a Crime over a year ago and I'm so intimidated by the lack of breaks and chapters when I go to open it, but I really want to get into it. That's interesting that you say that, because did I look at something incorrectly? Because I know the first chapter wasn't really that long, and he does put some good breaks in there. Does he put? Sometimes, yeah. The table of contents that actually has the chapters broken up pretty significantly, just to let you know, Max. So chapter 1, page 5, chapter 2, page 21, chapter 3, page 35, chapter 4, page 51. Like they're pretty short. So I definitely wouldn't be intimidated by it. I find it very well paced right now. Jamie says, I brought home a whole box of asparagus and a whole box of spaghetti squash. I'll be eating a lot of both. Nice. Nicole says, Namiji board game. Fun. And Nicole said, "What movie?" It's one, funny enough, I just heard of today because it's actually coming out in theaters today. And I really like comedy action movies. Like Bullet Train is one of my favorite movies that I've ever watched. And it's this movie called Boy Kills World, and it's about a mute deaf action hero that goes and like slices and dices all these people, but his inner monologue is done by the voice actor for Archer and Bob from Bob's Burgers. I can't think of what his name is, but it sounded hilarious. Like the trailer was awesome. It had all this action and it was just very funny. So I asked Keaton, I was like, "Do you want to go see it?" And he's like, "I'd love to go on a date." So I'm hoping that it'll be fun. You said never go to space. I also, unfortunately, would have to say never go to space. If it were Mars, after Mars was like built up and had a society, I absolutely would do a one-way ticket, but I would wait like for later on in my life to go. Like when I feel like I've gotten my time with Earth and I would be willing to part with it, only then. But I don't think I could do that now. Kat says, "I hate filming and editing on the same day, but unfortunately, I don't have much choice." Yeah, that's the way that I'm feeling right now, too. I probably should have tried to film today, and I recognize that, but like my brain was preoccupied, and I was happy just to get like any moment of relaxing in, which I did manage to do today, which I was proud of myself. And so I was like, yeah, I can't film. So I'll have to do it tomorrow and then like try to edit. Funny enough, editing usually takes me way less time than filming does. And Max says, "Huh, maybe I confused it with another memoir I have, and that locked me out. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, you definitely go and enjoy this book for sure." Zach says, "To not get too deep, I have a lot of trust issues and only depend on myself anyway. Desolate and alone is how I operate anyway." So, are you like the main character of The Martian then? Like you would go and you would be the problem solver? I still have yet to read that book and I have not seen the movie. So, I know the premise, the basic premise, but I don't know like any of the details of what happens. And I'm very fascinated to read it, just because I know how much like everybody loves and Andy Weir. Please tell me I didn't just mess up his name. I might be pronouncing it incorrectly, but I know that like Project Hail Mary and everything is a big deal. Kat says, "I really have to be in the right mindset to film. It takes me a lot less time to edit than film." Yeah, me too. And the amount of stuff I end up cutting out, like nobody ever will know. Like how many times sometimes like I just can't say the right like word. Faye says, "Andy Weir, yes." Okay, good. Woohoo. Jamie says, "Zach does sound like the ideal Mars pioneer." Truly, like you can go out there and you can crush it. I would have to learn a vast number of skills that I do not currently possess to be able to brave such an environment. And it would take years probably for me to learn that. Um, Go ahead and let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be, everybody. We are just like rocking and rolling, bopping along here. If I will say, if we end up doing 45s, then because we're already at 3.5 hours and I want to be courteous of everybody's time, if we did another 45 minutes, and that would put us, what, like 4 hours and 20 minutes, right around there. And then maybe like another half hour after that. So I might end up having to say we'll do a 45 and a 30, but all can decide which one we do first. Do you want the 30 minutes to be first or you want the 45 to be first? And let's see. Alicia says, "I'm back. I put kiddos to bed, moved to the bedroom with laptop, got ice cream and wine." Ice cream and wine. The pairing of champions right there. And Kat says 30. So Kat is quick on the draw. She's quick draw McGraw tonight. I think she was quick draw McGraw last time too. I will update. So we'll do a 30-minute one. We'll come back, have a brief discussion, and I can do a final 45 for everybody. and we'll do that way just so that everybody then can like unwind for bed. So, my next question is, do you have book recommendations with good disability rep? I really liked Insignificant Events in the Life of a Cactus and the way that Tourette's and Avon's genetic condition were discussed, and it makes me want to pick up more books like this. So if you have recommendations like that, please let me know. And Alicia says it is triple chocolate brownie and cupcake brand Moscato. Oh, dang. I really want that triple chocolate brownie ice cream right now. That sounds awesome. All right, I will go ahead and get the timer pulled up. If you have any answers to that question, I'd appreciate it. Maybe not everybody will. It might end up being like a really short discussion on the next one, and that's totally okay too. But I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading again. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I don't know if you saw me on camera. I kept getting up. It's because I was hearing a noise outside and I was like, what is that? I was trying to like figure it out. So I kept getting up, which means that I didn't get much reading done in that sprint, but that's okay because we have one more left. But I did ask you all the question of do you have book recommendations with good disability rep? I was curious to hear what you all had to say. So Kat came in and says Rules by Cynthia Lord, middle grade, neurodivergent. Okay. Sounds awesome. By Cynthia Lord. Okay. And Emily says fiction, God Killer, and nonfiction, What My Bones Know. They're semi recent reads, so top of mind. Okay. Thank you very much for that, Emily. God Killer, What My Bones Know. All right. And Jamie says, I liked Talk Talk by T.C. Boyle, blind main character. Okay. Love that. Poisonwood Bible, physically disabled central character. Oh, I didn't realize that. And the Poisonwood Bible I've heard of many times before, but never picked it up. Highly regarded, too. The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. I have read that, and I also got to see the play for it in London in a really cool, like black box theater. Loved it. And Faye says, if neurodivergence counts, I'd say convenience store woman. Okay, well, that's on my list since you were talking about it before, so perfect. And Zach says, agreed with The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime by Mark Hayden. Good, the main character, and God Killer is an amputee, but she has a nearly magical prosthetic and only has problems when the plot needs it, to be honest. Okay, well, that's good to know. And you said In Darkness Shadows Breathe by Catherine Cavendish was very interesting. The main character has labia cancer and goes through a lot. Wow. Okay. I definitely have not heard of that in a book before. Darkness Shadows Breathe. Okay. Very, very interesting. Thank you. You said also Snowflower and the Secret Fan by Lisa C. and Leon Widow by Zirin J. Zhao have to do with foot binding, and they have disabilities to do with the unbelievably bad cultural practice. I have read Snowflower and the Secret Fan. I read that when I was in high school, and I know exactly what you're talking about, but I have not read Leon Widow. So that sounds very interesting. Thank you very much. Great recommendations. Faye says, I finished Convenience Store Woman, gave it 5 stars. Woohoo! Good job. And I'm really glad to hear that you liked it as well. Nicole says, read a chapter in The Mysteries of Paris and listened to 1 chapter of The Phantom Toll Booth. The Phantom Toll Booth is one that I am curious about. I've heard about that one before, but I've never decided to pick it up. And Alicia says, I know I have some disability rep books, but I couldn't think of any of them. That's okay. If you, on a later stream that you come to, you want to like type it in the comment, be like, hey, I remembered one, you go for it. Or you can put it in the comments of the video if you remember it later too. That also works. Kat says, I saved my video. I'm watching it for the second time and eating a slice of pecan pie cheesecake. Yum. Oh, that sounds so good. I love pecan pie or pecan pie, depending on how you say it. But pecans are like my favorite. Are they technically a nut or are they a legume? Because I'm pretty sure the only like true nut that I really eat are walnuts. I feel like pecans are legumes. Hold on. I must investigate. Are pecans actually nuts? Chestnuts, hazelnuts, pecans, and walnuts fit the true definition of a nut. Yes! Okay, good. Pecans are actually nuts. That's great. Emily says, Zach, I agree that God Killer isn't perfect. I still think it's a good rep because it's discussed, not ignored, and not a barrier. All right. I love that. Alicia says, ice cream was eaten and wine is being sipped. Wrote my to-do for tomorrow and read 15 pages of Battle of the Labyrinth. Great job. Nicole says, yay, Faye! Kat says, Save Me a Seat by Sarah Weeks, middle grade. It's also neurodivergent. Okay. A seat. Yeah, I'm always interested in neurodivergent stories in case you all are interested, because most of my friends fall into that category. I have a lot of friends that have autism as well. So it's like really interesting for me to read from the perspectives of those characters, because I get to like witness so much from my friends' lives and how all of their experiences are vastly different, even when, like when people think of autism, they might have like one way that they typically think of it, but it's very different from person to person. So yeah, if you ever have any books like that too, interested in those. I think Leon Widow is equal to Iron Widow. Oh, I couldn't tell that the capital I was not an L. Thank you. Iron. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, Leon Widow is an interesting name, but Iron Widow makes sense. Okay. Kat says, Alex, we should read The Phantom Tollbooth together. I've always wanted to read it. I would read it with you, Kat. Absolutely. Especially because I bet I can get that at the library. Jamie says, Holly by Stephen King. Yeah. Holly, I haven't read her book, but I read, of course, The Outsider, so I know exactly what you're talking about. You said, along with the other books that have the Holly character in them, she is neurodivergent. There's also A Woman in a Wheelchair in the Dark Tower series, also by King. I need to read The Gunslinger. I do have that book. I don't have any of the others in the series. I was having an interesting like mini chat with Laura from the book Hermit, and she was commenting on one of my videos for one of my unhauls, and I was saying how now I don't try to buy entire series anymore. Like when I was a kid growing up, if there was a book I was interested in reading and it was part of a series, I would just buy the whole thing regardless of whether I ended up liking the first book or not. And I'm trying to be a lot better about that now, and unless they're gifted to me, of only getting the first one in the event that I don't like it. So I was good about The Gunslinger, even when I was in like my massive King phase where King was like the bulk of what I was reading. I still only bought the first. So that's good. And Nicole says, Oh my God, read The Phantom Tollbooth. I'm not a middle grade reader, but it was my favorite book as a child, and I just had to reread it. Narrator is Rainn Wilson. Okay. Well, there you go. The Phantom Tollbooth. Very fun. Thank you. I wrote that down. And Kat says, yes, read it. And Nicole said, yes, Kat, read it. And Kat says, yes, Jamie Holly's Stories by Stephen King. And Kat says, I'm reading the Dark Tower series in 2025. Oh, that's cool. Kat, I wonder if we could do a buddy read for that too, because because I'm not like in a great rush to get to Dark Tower series, and if like I had somebody to start with, it would be more of a motivation to actually read all of them. So just throwing it out there. If you want somebody to read them with you, I would. And Alicia says, Oh, I remembered some titles: Get a Life, Chloe Brown, Wonder, and Mooncakes. Mooncakes, I have read. That was a really cute story. Wonder, I have not, and I have also not read Get a Life, Chloe Brown. So writing those down too. And Wonder. And then Jamie says, I won't buy new books way outside my budget, so I do try to gather a whole series, but I get them as cheap as possible. Yeah, but that's fair. I mean, and you read way faster than I do, JB. So, if you buy an entire series, that's a very different thing than me buying an entire series, because when I read a series, I have to take breaks in between each book, and then it takes me forever and a day to actually get through them. So, I'm going to say that you're more justified. And Nicole says, if you love puns, you'll love The Phantom. I love puns. I am a huge fan of Terry Pratchett, who was the pun master. So I am here for it. You say there's puns in The Phantom Tollbooth, and I'm all over that. Kat says, that's a reading date, Alex. I'll be your Year of the Dark Tower. Oh, yeah, it'll be our Year of the Dark Tower. I'll do it with you, Kat. That sounds like fun. I'll make a mental note of it. We'll do it together. Jamie says, I may be interested in reading the Dark Tower series next year. Maybe we could do a story graph and schedule for when we'll chat about them in sprints. Yeah, that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. Absolutely. Alicia says, I started doing the same thing, only buying the first book in a series before buying the rest of the series. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Because sometimes, like, I look at a series, and again, marketing, they get you because the books just, they look perfect. And it might be, a series that's really popular. And you're like, oh, I'm absolutely going to love these. And then you read the first one, you're like, shit. Um, I don't want that to be me on a regular basis. And Nicole says, let me know when you do the Phantom Toll Booth. I'll reread it. Oh, that's beautiful. I love it, Nicole. Thank you. Great. This is so fun. I love all the excitement of potential plans of reading together. And then Teresa says, I don't know if this is in that category, but The Summer of June is great about severe anxiety. That absolutely, in my opinion, should count because severe anxiety is debilitating. Absolutely. Thank you for that. And Jamie says, yeah, I usually read a whole series in a month or so, sometimes longer for longer series, 20 to 30 plus books. Yeah, it would take me a very long time to get through any series that had 20 books. So kudos to you. And Alicia says, I have a lot of series that I have like 5 or 6 books for, but haven't read any of them yet. I get that. Kat says, I don't always buy a whole series either, especially if it's a new author I've never read before. That's good. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, because if it's somebody that you you love, like if, for example, somebody were to give me like the rest of the Discworld books that I don't own by Terry Pratchett, because there's 41 of them, and I'm going to read all 41. That's the only author I'm dedicated to reading that many books for, aside maybe from King. Um, like I would happily have that collection, but I still know it would take me forever to get through because I don't want to like tear through them. I'm actually really still excited to read Guards. I don't know why I keep putting it off. Every time I read another Terry Pratchett book and I get a little bit closer to the end of the Discworld series, it makes me sad. So I just I take them a little bite-sized pieces. And Nicole says, I just buy and enjoy the first book and move on. I'm horrible about series. I respect that. Standalone books are easy for me. And Alicia says, has anyone read the Dorinda Jones series that starts with First Grave on the Right? I have not. And you said, is it good? And Kat says, I am hesitant to start new series. Yeah, me too. Especially when I have ones that are still open that I need to finish. Like I've been so bad about finishing the Inheritance cycle. I have literally one more book to read for it by Christopher Paolini. Those are the Aragon books. One damn book, but the last book that I read, actually Eldest, put me into a reading slump. And then I read Brazinger and it was a little bit better, but it still wasn't great. And I'm like, oh my God, I have to get through the last one and I need to read it so that I can read his sci-fi book. But I just haven't gotten the motivation to get to it yet because I don't want to be in another reading slump. March was rough enough. Everybody was rough enough. Jamie says the Commissario Brunetti series, Murder Mystery Set in Venice, is 33 books, and I finished all 3, the last 3 in less than 2 months. Would have been faster, but took a while to find them all. Great job. That's amazing. Alicia says the series is supposed to be about a detective, but she is also a part-time Grim Reaper. Oh, that sounds like fun. I love, so death as a personification and as a character, I probably have said it here before, but it's like one of my favorite things in fiction. So that honestly sounds right up my alley. No idea if it is any good, but sounds like a gas to me. On the right, there we go. And you said, I think. Jamie says, I plan to read the Dorinda Jones books in October. My sister loves them. Very cool. Kat says, I wanted to give you a huge hug after watching your Man March wrap up. Thank you, Kat. Yeah, I would have happily accepted a hug. Well, and then it's sad because I'm still trying to fight my way out of the way that March made me feel. And so like books like insignificant events in the life of a cactus are good for me because they're like, they're a good pick me up after dealing with all of that. But yeah, I don't know what it is. I just this year I feel like I'm not having as much luck as I normally do. Like I'm one of those people. I'm usually really good about knowing exactly which books I like. Like I get some duds here or there, but I last year I read a lot of 5 stars. I was like super happy with my reading year, and a lot of 5 stars, 4.5, 4 stars. I was like, damn, it was a great reading year. And I am in this year and I'm looking at my little chart that shows me like what my star ratings are. And my 5 stars are like some of the lowest rating, like in terms of number of books for the year. And I'm like, I just need more fives in my life. And I will get them. I know I will. The year is still young. There's so much left to do, but so much left to read. It's just disappointing. And I feel like that happens to me at the beginning of a year, that like my reading tends to get better and also a little bit more aggressive in the summertime than ever it does in like the winter and early spring. But it's just like a weird thing about me. I don't know. Kat says, I've been reading a bunch of middle grade comfort zone for me, my personal life affecting my reading. Yeah, absolutely. I am taking way longer to get through books now than I was. And I'm just accepting that. When my brain is occupied, I can't read. I've also, like I said, I have other hobbies as well. And like baseball season's going on right now. And so there's that too. And just other things that occupy my time. Kat says the weather probably influenced your feelings. It does. 100%. It really, really does. Keaton's going to get me a sun lamp next year, he said, because he wants me to just sit under it for like 30 minutes in the wintertime so that I can get my vitamin D. And Alicia says, have you read the Cave series by Tracy Wolf? I have not. That was a 5-star series for me. Maybe you will like it. She is coming out with a new book next month. Sweet Nightmare is a spinoff series. The Crave. I swear I can't read right now. I think I might have said Cave. Sorry. Crave series by Tracy Wolf. Crave series. Tracy Wolf. I wrote that one down too. Thank you. Emily says, I loved Death Like Me TV show for the way death was personified in the main characters being Grim Reapers plus Mandy Patinkin. I'm not familiar with Mandy, and I'm not familiar with Death Like Me either, but I'm curious about that. I'll make a separate note since that's a TV show, because that sounds like a lot of fun. Oh, Dead Like Me. Okay, Dead Like Me. Got it. Thank you. Perfect. All right, everybody. Great discussion. Thank you for all those wonderful recommendations. I will get, as promised, our last reading sprint for the evening pulled up here. Gotta change it over to 45 minutes. So we'll be sitting right at around that 5-hour mark by the time that we're done tonight. So I think that that'll be a good amount of time. Alicia says it is a 6-book series with vampires, werewolves, gargoyles, witches, and adventure. All beautiful things, all fun fantasy stuff. So sounds awesome. And I have one more question that I will ask you all. Let's see. This will be a nice like reflection exercise for everybody. What is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? That's what I would like to hear. Kat says, sounds good. All right. Yep, I got it pulled up, everybody. Tell me about your one accomplishment in the next 45 minutes and enjoy our last sprint of the evening, and I'll see you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back from the last sprint of the night. How did you do? I have made it to page, not all the pages are numbered, 49. So pretty good. I'm happy. I finished a book tonight and I'm made some good progress into a second one. So that feels amazing. So I wanted to see what you all answered for the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And let's see. Alicia says, one accomplishment over the last week, finishing a novel outline of a book I'm writing, ironically, with Grim Reaper characters. Great job. That's amazing. That is an accomplishment indeed. Zach says, accomplishment unlocked last week, 9-ish hours of spring cleaning. Yeah, 9 hours would equal like a big ol', PlayStation or Xbox like achievement that would go across the screen and it would be like 9 hours spring cleaning. Good job. Rachel says, something this week, I pitched my plot twist to an alpha reader who very excitedly said, that's so messed up. Very nice. Super proud of you, Rachel. Great job. And Kat says, I accomplished getting through the week and I'm proud I did it with grace. Yes, my friend, you did. Absolutely. And you also made sure that Andrew was well taken care of. So you did a great job. And Christina says, I finished my book. And that is an accomplishment as well. That's amazing. My big accomplishment over the last week was getting my roof replaced, which is a huge adulting thing to do, and it wasn't fun at all. And it, but it's sometimes things that we have to take care of, and I'm happy that that part of it is over. And Christina says, hi, Kat. And Zach says, I went through last year's books. Earthlings by Sayaka Murata had mental health rep, and the worst rep I've ever found was The Spare Man by Mary Robinette Kowal. Okay, well, that's good to know to avoid The Spare Man. I mean, sometimes, what's the opposite of a recommendation? A condemnation? A rant? Like, what would you say that is? My brain's tired, so I can't think of a good word for it, but I probably could if I gave it some time. A warning. Earthlings. That's right. All right, perfect. Thank you, Zach. Thanks for taking the time to go through your books. They said, I should say my assignment, but I'm still in that everything's about it is wrong. I wish I hadn't submitted it Headspace. So, no. You did complete it, though, and you did submit it, and that is an accomplishment, even if you don't feel like it's as good as you want it to be. It's as good as it was going to get. So that's the thing that you have to remember sometimes. Faye says, I'm pretty proud of the physiotherapy session I had this week, though. We figured some stuff out and she left me feeling pretty proud of myself. That's great. I'm very happy for you, Faye. That's amazing. Kat said, hey, Christina. And also said, upload a video to YouTube, planning to take a shower and get ready for bed once I hop off sprints. Woohoo! Yes, I'm going to be getting ready for bed as well. Gonna change into my pajam jams, as I say. Jamie says, I finished my 150th book for the year this week. Great job, Jamie. That is incredible. And Christina says, now listening to the 7th Harry Potter with my kiddo. Very fun. And he said, thanks for the sprints today, Alex. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too, Christina. And thanks to all of you for coming to my sprint and, for coming back after me being off for a week. It was really nice to be here again and to spend time with you all. And I missed it. Felt good about being here again this week. And I look forward to it again next week. So I'm going to wish you all a very happy evening. Say good night or good morning or happy lunch, whatever time it is where you are. And yeah, just many thanks and hope you have a wonderful weekend. And Jamie says, I only have 52 pages left to read in my arc now, so I'll finish the next sprint when I hop over to Neva's 24-hour sprints. Very nice. And Nicole says, thanks for sprints. Thank you for coming, Nicole. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. You too, Kat. Thank you. Emily says, thanks for sprints. As always, have a great weekend and week, everyone. You too, Emily. Thanks. And Nicole says, night, everyone. Zach says, the antonym for recommendation is dissuasion. Dissuasion, yes. And not persuasion, dissuasion. Great. Love it. Thank you, Zach. That's beautiful. And Teresa says, thank you, Alex. I will be back. I'm very happy to hear that, Teresa. Thanks so much for coming, and I look forward to seeing you again. And with that, good night, everybody. Till next time.